Good morning. Well, it's good morning for me, and I'm here ready to ready to take on this next leg of the 24 Neva's 24-hour reading sprints. And I am just barely awake. My cousins have made me coffee because I still don't have internet at my house, so I'm here at bugging my cousins at 8 a.m. in the morning, and they're very generous and kind. So I hope you all are having a good sprint so far. And I just caught the tail end of Julie's, and I'm ready to do my part. Excited. What are you reading? Let me know in the comment section what you're reading, and how's it been going so far? Have you been doing the full, like, are you trying to do the full 24 hours, like, as in stay awake the whole time? I am doing my section. Um, let's see what else is new. Oh, I'm reading Pachinko. I'm quite a bit the way. I'm over halfway, and really, really enjoying this read. And so that's what I'll be reading today. I do need to do some editing, but I probably will wait until after I finish this. And then, yeah, I don't have. It's been a last week was one of those weeks that lasted like it was 4 days because we had a holiday on Monday, but it still was like a 3 week long week. It was a week that lasted like 10 days. So it was I'm just ready to relax, do some sprinting, and not stress for a little bit. But yeah, love to hear how everybody's doing, what you're reading, what you're going to be reading with me. Um, and oh, I also don't have any fancy banners because, like, I always tell myself I'm going to go and play around with things and see what the best way to get, like a cute little cat timer and what have you. Or actually, I just have a regular banner, but like, everybody's got beautiful backgrounds they set up for their sprints. And I always tell myself, I'm going to go play around with StreamYard. I'm going to go play around with all these things and give myself something cute that I want to set up. And then I never remember to do it until I actually come back. I'm sprinting and I'm like, oh, I didn't do that. I didn't actually look up cute banners or cute backgrounds and stuff like that, or nice timers. So one of these days it'll happen. So I've got a nice boring timer for y'all, but it'll work. It works. It still works. So I'm thinking we will probably do 45-minute sprints. I don't know how long we'll end up chatting. It may not be a ton if, you never know. And I'm not sure if I think Neva's sleeping, so whenever she's available, maybe she'll hop back on and we'll just sprint. We'll read together. This will be the reading set of sprints. Maybe. We'll see. Okay. So unless you want to share what books you're reading, how come it's not showing my comments? No. Well, I think we'll go ahead and get started with chat is disabled. Why is chat disabled? Somebody's telling me chat's disabled. How did that happen? Show comments on stage. Okay. Hey, Shell, can you try and chat right now and see if that works? Hey, just so you know, I clicked a little thing. There's something different. It says show comments on stage and it says beta. And I'm not sure why, like maybe they're changing things up. Thanks, StreamYard. Maybe that didn't work. Why are the chats disabled? Okay, I'm gonna play around with this, y'all. Let's see, audio, video, virtual background. Hey, look. Heads up, the green screen feature. Okay, no. Recording, hotkeys, layouts, general. Okay, Shell's showing me something. Chat is disabled for this live stream. Why? I didn't set anything up so that it would be disabled. Okay. Let's go ahead and go into sprints, and then I will do some research and figure out why the chat is disabled for this live stream. That makes me mad. Sorry, everybody. So I'll figure that out. and hopefully get it resolved before we come back. So let's just do a 30-minute sprint, and we'll come back at 35. Let me get a banner set up, and I'll figure out why chat's disabled. That's something that's never happened before. So I'm just like, I don't even know how to fix it because I've never had this happen before. So I will work on that and come back to you in 30 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. I hope I hope you're doing okay. I'm doing better now that I got it figured out. Thank you, Lily Eve. I was like, so last night I had to, because I don't have internet at home. So everything I'm doing, I'm running over to my cousin's house and using their internet and then running back home to do whatever else I need to do. And so I ran over here, was setting up the video last night, getting distracted by my beautiful cousins. And I always usually go through the edit. You go and you like set it up on StreamYard, but then you go into YouTube and you edit. And I usually always set no for them being a child friendly, family friendly video because sometimes I cuss and stuff like that, and I don't ever want my students to access it. Like, I don't really want my students to access my videos and stuff. They don't know about I have a YouTube channel, but I just I don't want to deal with that. So then usually always do that, and so that's why I've never had this problem before, that the chats don't work. And so I was like, oh my gosh, what's going on? It's very quiet in here. And finally, Shell sent me a text um, that my chats are disabled. So then I was freaking out trying to figure that out. Thank you, Lily, like I said, for the information. And I got it fixed. And now you're here. And I feel a lot more like, feel happy that you're here. So Julie said, chat is live. Thank you. You got it. Left a comment. Thank you for that comment. Yeah, and I refreshed it and it's ready. So yeah, that was me explaining and thinking. That happens. Yeah, I haven't had any issues with StreamYard or YouTube live streaming in a while. And so that was like very flustering because I've been doing live streams and reading sprints and live shows for quite a while on my channel. And, for the first couple of times you do it, you do have issues. Sometimes it's audio issues, sometimes it's other things. But I really haven't had anything in a while. So it was just like, my brain is like, oh my gosh, what's going on? How do I fix it? Oh my gosh. Anyways, I think I'm better now. So let's see. I'm reading The Drowning Woman by Robin Harding. Awesome. I don't think I've ever heard of that one before. The Drowning Woman. I don't think I've heard of Robin Harding either. Let me look and see what it looks like. Drowning Woman. Ooh. Oh, that's cool. It looks like a summary book. How's it going so far? Are you enjoying it? It's got a fairly good rating. Is that a mystery thriller? Yep, thriller mystery. Looks like it. The font. Margaret, hi. I am so happy that you missed my flub earlier. It's Amy! It's the Amy show! The Amy and Amy show. Hi! Oh, I don't hear you. How come I don't hear you?
I'm muted.
There you are.
It's Amy.
Oh, good. I'm like, how come I can't?
That was my fault.
Okay. What else did I do? What did I mess up now?
I muted because
nobody can hear me.
Oh, what if I'm like talking to myself and you put me on and I don't notice? Like, I wasn't sure if you would notice. Like, you know what I mean? So I always mute myself and then I forget that I did. So yeah.
No, that's perfect. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm better now.
I have not seen you in forever.
It's been a long time. Actually, I saw you last month.
That's true.
Yeah, but it was only briefly, I think.
Yeah, it wasn't very long, but it was.
How are you doing? Are you out of school yet, or are you still in school?
I have a week yet.
Still have 2 weeks.
Yeah, you still have 2 weeks. Oh man. Yeah,
my life is rough.
My 8th graders. Well, okay, my 8th graders graduate on Wednesday. It's field day. We have Bay Beach, which is like an amusement park, on Thursday, and then Friday is a half day. It's our last day. So I have 2 days of school.
That's nice.
Oh yeah, but
I'm so jealous.
5 days that I have to get up.
Yeah. Yeah. So. I just I'm trying to have a better attitude about it, because the last few weeks it's been rough. Like, it's been, because I don't know if I told you, but I'm doing a leave replacement for special ed teacher. And so I've taken on her caseload, and she has a very hard caseload. She has like 17 kids on her caseload, and
Oh,
it's been a lot. And taking over anybody's caseload, especially because she was having a lot of things happening in her home life as well as it's like it was
yeah,
too much anyways. And so I'm
yeah.
taking on this very chaotic role.
Well, and special education teachers are like they're in line for sainthood. They are beautiful, wonderful human beings,
They
and
are.
all of the stuff that we as an educational system put them through, and then you add all of the parents and the meetings and the like. I had an IEP meeting the other day, and I was like, I can't believe all of the work that went into this meeting that I complained about having to sit in for an hour. Like
Because they take up time, like they take up extra time and they take up
yeah,
planning time
like
and yeah.
and I didn't complain a lot. Like in my head, I complain. Like I was like, but like somebody put a lot of time into this meeting, and I'm complaining because whatever. Like special ed teachers are angels, and nobody can convince me otherwise. They are just
I'm
good
getting a
special
taste.
ed, good special ed teachers are. Like, of course, there's always
Yeah, I'm hearing more and more about some of the not so great ones in our district, and I'm like, well, because I'm actually this summer I'm going to start working on getting my special ed endorsement because there's no jobs like in my
yeah,
area, and I plan
right.
on staying in my area, so it's like, um,
Mhm.
you know, but yeah, it's hard, it's hard, and I'm the last couple of weeks the kiddos are absolutely just ready for the summer.
Right. Yeah.
So much energy,
Yeah. Well,
so
and I
many
feel
fires.
like we're watching all of these schools in the area. Like I
Hmm.
swear there's some kind of like staggered end.
Oh,
So there's like a bunch of schools in the area that were done yesterday. There's a bunch of schools that were done right before Memorial Day. Like they're
really?
seeing all of that. And then there's schools that are done the week after next week. So it's like, it's so hard to like keep all this focus once I don't know. And Wisconsin tried to do it at one point that everybody started on the same day and ended the same day. And people are like looking for loopholes left and right, like, which I don't know what's better. I
Yeah,
don't. Like,
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not an expert, but yeah, I don't know what's better. I don't know that there is a better, but
yeah.
it's crazy. But yeah, I Bay Beach is like a real small Six Flags. It's like
Okay.
real you know it's
Yeah.
not to the extent of Bay Beach, but it is kind of this it's the same kind of idea. There's like festival food, and it's like a county fair but like permanent.
That sounds fun though.
So I saw a question about that, so
Oh, I was
sorry.
gonna say, okay, so I was just getting through. They haven't found you yet? Who's they? It was probably so long ago that I don't remember. I suppose
Found
the younger
you
ones.
yet?
Right, when you think you can roll out of bed and stream like a pro, that's when we get. Yeah, I was very
Yeah.
humbled this morning. Oh, how embarrassing.
Uh,
I'm reading Getting the Ninth. Ooh, how are you enjoying that, Hillary? That is one where I just hear, some people really enjoy it, and then some people get really caught up in it can, I heard it's kind of difficult.
well,
Reminds
she's
me of like,
rereading it. I would think that she likes it.
oh, rereading. I'm
Hopefully.
gonna do that. I'm still not awake yet.
Got to look at the prefixes. It's
I
Saturday.
can't,
We're teachers. We don't pay attention to that stuff.
yeah, I can't even word anymore. The other day
Occupation.
I was talking to a kid and I know, I, our librarian is Julie and her last name, I don't want to say her last name, but I know
Right.
her last name. I also have a Julie from my life like 15, 20 years ago. All of a sudden I said to the kid, I told the teacher, yeah, make sure you ask da da da, and I told the librarian's last name, which wasn't. It was the Julie from 20 years ago. And the kid looked at me funny. And in my head, I was like, that's not the librarian's last name. So
Yeah.
apparently my head is not functioning correctly if I'm using someone's name from like 20 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, my first job, like there's still last names from my first teaching placement 18 years ago. And I will like use those last names like, where did that even come from? Like,
Mm-hmm.
18 years ago? Really?
Yeah. There's got to be something to it though, Amy, because we have to remember so many names. Like
Right.
we have to remember so many names all the time, not just kids' names, adults' names.
Mhm.
And I stress about that because we live in a small community. I stress about that when I go out in public. I'm like, will I remember this kid's name? Because it matters to them. They remember
It
my
makes
name.
so much. Yeah.
So I'm
Yeah.
always like, I'm like, oh gosh. And it did happen at one point. I was at, we went to a Christmas production at the theater, not the movie theater, but the like theater. And one of the kids and her mom came up to me and she's like, she really wanted to come say hi to you. And I could not remember that poor girl's name. And I made it work out. So I didn't have to say her name. I was so embarrassed. And I felt so bad. And then of course, the next day I was in the school, I asked the admin, please pull up her picture. I need to remember this kid's name and never forget it again. So every time I see her now, like in the hallway, I'm like, hi, and I use her name every time I see her in the hallway. So I will never forget this poor kid's name.
Yeah. Well, and I had a parent that like would always, whenever their kid wanted to go up to a former teacher, they would always be like, "Oh, Susie wanted to say hi." Like they like because they knew like they're like, yeah,
That's
there's
nice.
no way that you remember this kid,
This
which
girl's
a
mom
lot
did
of
not
times they
remember.
do, and like I know that I had them. Like I can look at
Yeah,
you and I can be like, yeah, I know you. I
yeah.
know you're. I do. I can't for the life, but
I
like,
can't pull it right now, but I know it.
I mean, I was called my dad's name in high school. I was called my sister's name in high school, my uncle's name in high school. Like, I know what it feels like to be called the wrong name, and I
Yeah.
hate it. And I'm lucky that, like, at my school, it's a small school, and I love it. It's family ish, whatever could be like a bad word, but I don't think it is. And my eighth graders, I've known them since they were in 4K when I started
Wow.
there. So
Yeah.
like I knew these kids in 4K and I've known them their whole lives. So like
Yeah.
I don't mess up their names.
Yeah.
I don't. When I do mess up their names, I always give them something. Like here's your
Thank
candy.
you.
When I'm yelling, if I yell at the wrong kid's name, like the kid whose name I yelled, they get candy. The person I was yelling at, they don't because they don't get,
Yeah,
like
they're in
it's
trouble.
but
Right. Totally.
they think they should, but they don't. But I mean, I know what it feels like to be called the wrong name, and I hate
Yeah.
it. Like I hate it so much. But then at the same time, it's like I can't hate it that much, and I can't get that mad about it because I'm horrible with names. So it's like, and all these, like, I'll go to meetings and they'll be like, "Well, we all know each other," and I'm like, "Yeah, I recognize all your faces, but I don't know your names. Like, say your names again."
Let's just go around once, please.
Like, I'll go to auxiliary meetings and I know every single one of these women, but I couldn't tell you their first names if you paid me. It's so
I
embarrassing.
commiserate. I totally commiserate.
Yeah, it's awful, and and I can give my friend crap because he like introduced me to his friends with the wrong name. I can give him all the crap in the world, but I totally get it. So if you ever run into my friend, don't tell him I said that because I still
Okay,
like
I
give him
won't.
crap
I
about
won't.
it.
I'm not gonna tell him. I promise.
It's more fun
Alright.
that way.
Okay, so Sunny's reading Everless.
Ooh,
Hopefully that's going. Is that a Josie Silver book? Sounds like a Josie Silver book, doesn't it?
I don't. I guess
I'm
because
currently
like
reading.
he's got that series that's all less, 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 right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking.
But that doesn't that doesn't sound like the title. I don't know. Let's see. Looking it up.
Bibliomac is reading House of Flame and Shadow. I still have to read the second one. What was the second one? Was the second one House of Flame and Shadow? House of Earth and Blood, House of something and something. You look up that, I'll look up this.
Okay, so Everless by Sarah Holland,
Okay.
number 1 in a series that all has ever in the title.
Oh.
That's the one that it looks like. I could be wrong. Let us know.
Okay.
Flame and
House of
Shadow. I'm guessing
House
that's
of
the third.
It's the third one, yeah. House of Earth and Breath, or House of Breath and something is the second one.
I didn't
Let's
realize
see.
that the first one had a title that wasn't Crescent City for
I
the
it,
longest.
I think most people don't because that's like the biggest word on the thing, isn't it?
I don't
No,
know. I feel
I
like
don't
it
know.
is.
It's the name of the.
I haven't read them, and I don't know that I have a desire to. But
Well, it does, yeah. So when you look at the book, it has Crescent City on there, but then
right.
House of Earth and Blood is right in the sun. Yeah, and
Oh.
that's why it's hard to see. So Crescent City is the name of the series, but yeah, totally.
Mhm.
Margaret says, "Oh, Margaret didn't miss my flub. I saw you jump in the sprint while you figured out this." It is the Amy's, and Shell says, "Hi, Baby Beach equals Six Flags. Remember those days?" Oh, this is what you're saying for someone who hated roller coaster.
Yeah, there's not a ton of roller coasters, but there's like rides, and they like get to chill out and not be at school. So they do.
That sounds like a great day to me.
Yeah.
Um, Shell's attempting to read the Gandhi autobiography, so she's trying to read. We have the scratch boards that she had bought for us for herself and myself for Christmas one year, and so she's trying
Oh,
to read
very
everything
cool.
on there.
Yeah,
So
my
I
friend
think that,
Destiny has one of those.
yeah, and they're like
I don't know if it's the same
I
one.
have to do some scratching. I have a couple of things I can scratch off of there.
Because The
Um,
Outsiders was on that, right?
mhm.
That's why I sent it to you.
I read it and it was great. I really, really, really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sandy, hi, Sandy. Hi everyone. I'm starting Margaret's. Ooh, the keening.
Ooh,
Margaret's excited. Um,
I love
or maybe
that.
she's saying that about sped teachers, equal angels. Love the perspective taking. Amy gets. Oh,
I try. I really try. I really try.
mm-hmm. Suffering from an excitement slump. Ooh, what is that? Definition. I want to start something new this weekend, but I know that the Amazing Readathon starts on Sunday. So what is a girl to do? Are you doing Amazing Readathon this time around?
So I never have before because Badger Girl State, like the girls' state, is in June for Wisconsin, and I always volunteer, and it's like a week where I get very little reading done. Like I force myself to read for a little bit every night, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
So I never have before, but because there's the non-competitive component, I feel like I'm gonna like check it out. And because my friend Krista is like is it a
Is
coach lead
oh,
co-host
is
with
she? Oh, I
non-competitive?
didn't know.
Yeah, that I host catch-up-a-thon with,
Yeah.
which is
Oh,
coming.
I know Chris. I just didn't know that she does Amazing Readathon also. It's
I
too
think she like did it last year, and then now this year she's like hosting
okay.
a
Too
non-competitive.
competitive for me.
That's so it's non-competitive. So you
Yeah.
just get to like be in there and be like all chatty and talking and loving books, and that's like I'm like that sounds fun. So
I'm
maybe.
I'm doing camp seasonathon and that's like I this year I promised myself I wouldn't do too many readathons. Like I'm just keeping it to a minimal this year. And since I'm
Mhm.
and since Melanie asks me to co-host with her with Camp Seasonathon sometimes, I was like, well, I try to do that one each season, and it kind of starts off the season. But yeah, I Amazing Readathon. I'm glad to hear that they have a non-competitive component. That one is always like I've heard the stories and it just sounds scary.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds fun, but super intimidating, scary. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, for sure. So I've never done it before, but it would be cool to like get on the excitement of
good.
it.
Hillary says Gideon the Ninth is a tad. She was tad bit confused the first time I read it, but there were was there for the vibes. I'm really enjoying the reread, catching things I missed. It works especially for certain times when like there's been books that I've read and the first time around you finally start understanding it like halfway through or towards the end or you feel like you're really starting to get to it, but then of course you never go back and reread the first part of it when you're doing that, so it makes sense to do a reread of that kind of book.
Yeah. Hmm.
Alicia said my stream messed up, so I don't know if my first message sent, but I was just saying hi Alicia, I'm glad you're here. Hi Amy, Okay. Let's see. Remember to hydrate, feed thyself, check the laundry, take meds, stretch and show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring the bell, son. Well, make sure you sun yourself. Go get out on a rock and lay there for a while so you get notified. Yes, by Sarah Holland. It's kind of like a fantasy version of the sci-fi movie In Time. Have you seen that, In Time?
There's a lot of movies that have time. I feel like I'm thinking of time like there's a time after, but it sounds familiar. I don't know if I have.
Yeah, I haven't. I have like an hour before I have to start making dinner. Oh, well, I need to get some breakfast. Like I'm looking at my cousins. What assumptions I'm making? I need to get breakfast as I stare at my cousins whose space they're offering to me. What a horrible cousin I am.
They are offering you a very beautiful background there.
I know,
like
isn't
that
this
is
lovely?
Gorgeous.
Well, this is way better than the one I have at home because my shelves are all over the house. They're not behind my. No, I know. I'm spoiled. I'm very spoiled. So Kay's doing boot camp and Camp Nightmare in June. That's good. That's 2. That's a lot.
Mhm.
Camp Season-a-thon is so far my first readathon this year. Yeah, it's fun. It's just this one is competitive, like it's teams, but Melanie's teams don't tend to be as competitive, or at least they haven't been when I've experienced them. Because I'm like, I'm not ready for. Although TBR Trail's pretty competitive, which I do with Kim from Expedition Pages. That's pretty competitive, but we also don't shame anybody that does. I'm not saying that anybody is an amazing readathon, but like we try to be as like okay.
I think there's always the fear of being shamed, and like every once in a while. But I feel like Brie is really good about like, no, that's not happening, and like she'll nip you out of there. Like it's with other readathons that she's been hosted that I've also like done. Like I've never the one that she hosts, but she's always kind of, she's amazing. She's amazing.
Yeah,
she's an amazing person. So like she'll not tolerate that kind of.
That's good. I think that's important because that's always, you're right. There's that fear of, and then that makes it less fun for people, I think too.
Yeah. And that's like, she wants it to be fun. So she'll do it.
I think my problem is I always just have too many commitments. This year I'm like, no more commitments. No. Speaking of which, Margaret says I'm about 9 books away from completed Herkiad. Once is enough, LOL. I am so impressed, Margaret, because I'm not going to complete Herkiad. I'm so impressed. I threw myself off in January and February. What are you say? Sorry.
Is it like, do you have a certain amount of time to do it?
End of June. She's starting a new version. The announcement video comes out June 7th. And I might I'm gonna still do like an update on my Herkiad, and I still have a couple of books I'm working on it, trying to finish some things out. So at least I can see maybe what percentage I got to, and then maybe next year I can try it again and like maybe while I'm plan more towards the Herkiad, because a lot of times when I'm planning, I don't think about Herkiad books, and I just come up, like after the fact, I'm like, okay, I got to work this in at some point, and then I just don't end up working it in. So we'll see. It's been fun. Like even if I'm not gonna succeed this year, I've been still having a good time with it. So I might try it next year. We'll see. But good job, Margaret. I'm so impressed that you are gonna complete it.
That's impressive. I've watched you like fill yours in, and I'm like,
it's a lot.
It's a lot.
Yeah. It's a lot. Let's see. In Time is with Justin Timberlake, and they have a clock on their hand, which is how they pay live and get paid. Everless works similar, but you pay in blood, which turns into coins. Fascinating. Oh. Yeah. They are both bingo boards.
I was thinking of.
Oh. Not quite. That's funny.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, it does sound interesting. Both bingo boards, not all prompts are reading. That's nice. I love that. Shell says we have to win. Yes, Team Centaurs has to win for TBR Trail. But, we're not that competitive. Even though we have to win. I'm on Pathfinders. No competition, just observing the chaos. That's Pathfinders?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's the one that's Chris is doing. So yeah, I might be joining you, Kimberly. I just don't know. I'm still, yeah.
So haven't finalized that decision. It's definitely made me stretch in different directions. Cricket. Yeah, oh totally. Because there's certainly some that I have not even attempted, like the web comics or the. I really wanted to get to some of the like SFBF, SBFF, that acronym,
Oh
SBFF,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
SBFO, whatever they are, books, because I've always been curious about those, but I haven't been able to get to those either. So it's like,
Hmm.
it'll happen.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. That was the Purple Heart for our cabin. Oh yeah, because Shell's in my team on Camp Season-a-thon, and we're the Purple Cabin. Well, we're gonna win for that too. I'm not worried. Centaurs and Purple Team, we're totally gonna win, and yet we are not competitive. Shell is very competitive, and actually,
I,
I'm very
I
competitive too.
I have gleaned that information about Michelle, like when
For
you were
Shell,
doing
yeah.
the book Love is, or Shell, sorry, when you were doing the book Love is Blind, and she was like, she was very competitive about finding books. You were like, and it was
Mm-hmm.
totally with herself, but I just, yeah, she is, yeah. Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, Shell, I didn't mean to
No, it's okay. I
put
just,
your
I
name
just,
as.
it's fine. Hello, Amy and Amy from Jean. Hi, Jean.
Hi, Jean.
I do have to say that though that I am in the pink cabin, so go pink. Oh, Sunny. I'm sorry you're in the losing team.
Don't feel too bad when you lose.
Yeah, it's rough, but just take it like a champ and you'll be all right. See, not competitive at all.
No, no, no. It's definitely just Shell. It's competitive.
It's just Shell. That's all. Not me. I would never. I'm here for the vibes and the good times.
And the
Win,
kicking
win,
balls.
win. I also have to be realistic though, because that's my problem. Like I have these competitive notions, but I'm also like I have to remind myself what am I actually capable of, and what do I have the bandwidth for? Yeah.
And
Um.
there's some people that are competitive, but they don't actually have the skill to like. Not that,
Right.
I'm not saying that that's you, but like there are people that are like competitive. Like I'm competitive with this card game that I'm so bad at, but I just want to win it so bad. And like my nephews keep beating me, and I'm like, just let me win.
Just let me win. And you know what? I'm not one of those teachers who will just let students win. Like when I'm playing games with
Yeah.
them.
Hmm.
Not one of those teachers. Well, just because I also think it's a good lesson in learning to
Yeah,
handle
yeah.
loss.
Our first grade teacher made her students cry because she beat them, and she's so competitive. Like not like super cry, but she's so competitive and she won't let him win, which I think is great. Like I'm not judging her at all. And she was like, oh my gosh, I made her, and one of my students has a sibling in her class, and he like got indignant. He was like, ugh, why are you crying? You need to learn how to lose. I'm not letting you win anymore. Like he was so
I mean, I'm not. Maybe I'm not that like with the kids. I'm not that like I won or like
no,
or
I don't think
I'll
she is
usually
either, but like she just gets really excited and like
yeah.
that's just weird.
Of course. But I've certainly like when I'm playing like a game where you have to go fast on something, I'll
Mhm.
slow down and I'll give them a chance to put an answer down before, like when you have to speed
Right.
through
Yeah.
things, especially the little kids that can't see it. Because I'm
Yeah.
like, I don't want them to feel like I've totally I'll still defeat them, but I don't
Yeah.
want them to feel
You'll slow
like
down a
I've
little
just,
bit.
yeah, I'll give them a chance to only have a few cards left in their hand.
But
But
then
then
I
I'm,
sometimes become the hare and the tortoise and the hare, and I'm a little too confident about how much.
and they're like, ha, 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 I won!
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, we were playing this game called James Bond, which is like, have you ever heard of it?
No.
It's a card game, and
Oh.
it actually has like it has like math dividing skills involved because you have
Not.
like
Oh, I might
piles
miss
of
it.
four, and
Mhm.
you're trying to fill your piles of four with like you're trying to get four of a kind. So you're trying to get as many piles as you have. You're trying to get four of a kind in each of those
Yeah.
piles. And you're like, everybody's going at once and you're like scrambling and you're trying to like get cards from this hand into this hand. And you're like, and it's crazy, but it's really fun. And then when you get sets, then all your sets, then you yell, James Bond! And then everybody goes, ah! And it's really fun. So
Sounds great. Okay, I wrote it down because I love any games that also have bring math skills and stuff in.
there's just like there's math skills involved into like how you, because if you have four players, then you get three sets. If you have like, you have to figure out how many sets of four you have, because you're dividing the 13 suits or the 13 cards. Or is it four? Yeah, 13, right? Ace to king.
Mm-hmm.
So you're dividing those amongst, so you need one in the middle, and then everybody else divides the rest of the sets to get the number that you need. So you kind of have to like figure that out. And then like, so there's like a lot of problem solving because yeah, it's fun.
I love it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna try that out at some point.
Yeah. Apparently the first, so it was the first grade teacher that taught us this, right? And so like her math teacher in college like just taught them all these games, and this was one of the games that was taught, and I was like,
yeah,
not what I learned.
I know, isn't that sad? That's so sad. And there's so many like,
this would have made math way more fun for me, and maybe I would be a math teacher, but I don't teach math.
I have one kid who just like balks at any lessons and stuff like that. He just doesn't want to do anything. I play a game with him, no matter how much math or reading or writing is involved, and he is up for it. So it's like, it's nice to have these alternatives, curriculum. Of course, you can't just play every single game. Everything can't just be a game. Like, it's nice to have these alternatives.
Can be a game.
Huh?
But a lot can be a game.
But a lot, yeah, exactly.
And
like, I only think of it that way because they're going into middle school, they're going to go into high school, so I have to think about like them being able to do things in those grades where they, will have to. Not everything will be a game. But yeah, a lot of that stuff can be a game, and you can learn a lot of really great strategies and stuff, math strategies through games. So I'm like, I love any of that. I love it. Jean says she's going to be reading For the Fans at 50%, Loving the Banter, Male Romance, lovely. Shell is competitive, but I am totally more. I don't know if I agree.
I was waiting for you to be like, yeah, Amy. Like,
oh, Amy. Yeah, she really is. She doesn't think she is, but I've seen it. She totally is super, super competitive. You're right, Shell. You're right. Totally. Sunny will read just for fun and be doing, I will read for fun and we'll be going hiking for like half of the month. So it'll definitely bring a lot of reading. That's a good idea. I should go do some hiking during the camp season. Good thinking. And Jean missed it. My library is looking so good. New perspective. Not quite my library. This is my cousin's library. I'm still out of internet at my house. So it's been 3 weeks, 4 weeks, going on the 4th week of no internet. And so my cousins are very kindly lending me a beautiful
Was there like an outage or?
No, we had an issue with my mom's internet. Huh?
You just decided to get rid of it or internet? Or
yeah, like, we're going back to the old days. No, we had issues with my mom's internet, and the tech came out to fix it, and he couldn't get his own company to fix it. And they were like, first there were a whole bunch of tech. So my mom, it went out. They had to schedule appointments. They got canceled. They couldn't make it out here. They finally made it out there, and he couldn't get it fixed. And every time he talked to his own company, they were like, well, it looks fine on our end. And he's like, it's not. I'm at the location. It's not fine. They're like, well, it's fine on our end. And he's like, it's not okay. It's not working. Authentication is not there. And he finally told mom, he was so frustrated after being on the phone with his own company for like a few hours. He finally told her, if I was telling my mom this, I'd say, cancel your internet. And, and we don't have any other options. This is the only company out where we live that we have as an option. So we just canceled hers and set up the internet in my name, because we just figured a whole new account. Then they just have to restart over, because then they were saying, oh, well, we'll try and fix it, but it'll take like a month. And we're like, and so then we set it up under my name, and they canceled the first two tech appointments to come out and set it up. We waited the whole day, never showed. I didn't, I worked, but mom waited the whole day and they never showed up. And so finally they canceled our next this last tech appointment, and mom called and she was on the phone with him, and he's like, oh, we'll set it up again. And she's like, but find out why. And so we got some
It's
tech
been
people.
canceled?
No, there was a disconnect somehow on their end, so they could set up, because like the techs over in this area actually work for a different company. They work for a different company, and so CenturyLink, whatever they were doing, was not connecting to the actual techs. So they'd set up appointments for us, and it would never actually send out an appointment to the techs. So there was it was an error in the system.
Oh my
And
gosh.
so they would have happened over and over and over again until they actually paused and figured out that they had an error on their end. And so luckily mom stayed on the phone. She's like, I'm just going to stay on the phone. I'm going to stay on the phone until, because he's like, well, we'll talk to the department. Do you want to stay on the phone? And she's like, yes, I'm staying on the phone until we get all of this resolved. And so it's technically, hopefully all resolved, and they should be coming out on Tuesday. A tech should be notified at this point, but
Mhm.
I'm not holding my breath anymore. We've lost all hope. And there's
That's crazy.
we have giant trees, so we can't get satellite. Like we don't have any other option. So it's like we
Mm.
just kind of are at the whim of when they're ready to fix things for us. It's
Mm.
really,
Can
I
you
was
get
so
like
angry, but now I'm
just
like, eh.
yeah, does your library have hotspots for rent?
Yeah, and I can go to the library. It's inconvenient when you have like so many things you need to do with, and my phone, we don't have very good um phone service out where we live either. Because
Hmm.
we live out,
Yeah.
in the middle of nowhere. I mean, not
I
really, but
just
we
know
kind of
like
do.
our library has like a bunch of hotspots, and like you can
Mhm.
just like go and get it. You get the hotspot and then you bring it home and you can use their hotspot.
Oh, I
I
didn't
don't
know.
know
Like,
how long you have it for, but like I
oh,
think
I don't know if they do that. Like, that's something to
but
check
I
out.
mean, it's maybe worth looking into because I
Yeah.
think they got a lot of them like during COVID when like kids were at home and they needed internet because they were still trying to do school. And, so it was just like one of those solutions where they were like, well, we have these hotspots. We can, and I think it was like a week or whatever you got the hotspot, but you were like at the mercy of if the hotspot was available.
Yeah.
But, give you
Yeah.
a chance
That's
to
a
do
good
something.
idea. Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know that was a thing. So I'll definitely check into it.
Yeah, I don't know if every library does, but mine does.
That's cool. Okay. I actually have to go to the bathroom. So I'm gonna put us through
Yeah.
to another sprint. Let's do 45 minutes. We'll go to the top of the hour, and I'll come back to the rest of the comments after I get done, after we get done with our sprints.
Yeah.
That sound okay?
Yeah.
I'm like, ooh, I gotta go. Okay.
That sounds good.
TMI now. Sorry, everybody. But that's me. That's not abnormal. Okay. All right. Good luck, everyone. Happy sprinting. Hopefully, you make some progress, and we'll see you at the top of the hour. Not to scare everybody, but welcome back.
Shouldn't have scared me, but it did. I knew it was
What
coming.
what are you reading, Amy? I didn't even ask you what you're reading.
I am reading The Paradise Problem by
Oh.
Christina Lauren.
Uh-huh.
It is a book club pick for June, for my in real life book club, and I'm really enjoying it. Like I'm
Oh,
reading it all with my eyeballs.
oh good.
It's going fast.
You're like, it's real. I really, really love it.
Like usually I need like an audio to like help me focus, and then like that's not. I'm not even needing the audio to like follow. Like it just, I don't know. It's nice.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yeah,
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm hoping I can finish it today. I have less than 100 pages, so I mean it
Yeah.
should be doable. Um, well, who
Got
knows?
it. Yeah. I don't know how far I made it. I'm just plodding along at my book, so I made it farther. So let's go back to where we were when I had to jump off quickly. Margaret said, "Internet gods activate for goodness sakes." Yeah, it was that this whole internet thing has been a real headache.
That's crazy. That's like in Wisconsin, there's a cell service that went completely silent. It was silent for 2 weeks. I don't know if it's back on. I think they were like slowly getting power, but there were people that could do nothing
That is
because
horrible.
their system was hacked. So they shut
Hmm.
everything down so that the information of all of their customers wouldn't get out, but then they couldn't get it. I don't know. I don't know what took so long for it to get back on. I'm like, I don't know,
Right.
but
But
yeah.
yeah, it's hard. We're so used to the technology we have nowadays. Like
Mhm.
I grew up with not needing it.
Yeah. And now all of a sudden I'm like, I need it like right
Yeah,
now. Like
yeah,
it's so crazy to me.
yeah. It's wild. And so, let's see. Sunny says I will hike for a week in Spain, so maybe not the most reading, but I have audiobooks stored, I'm guessing, in my Kindle with a broken battery.
You're like
Um,
stoked, like you stoke a fire.
oh, stoked. Okay. Audiobook
Maybe.
stoked in my Kindle with a
Or
broken battery.
storing. I don't know.
Mm, I'm not sure, but I'm going to Spain too, Sunny. I'm going to Spain. I leave on the 25th of June.
Wow.
So
That's so
I'm
fun.
excited. I won't be hiking.
For a
It's going to
specific
be too hot.
reason or
So, my friends are doing a trip there, and I'm actually going early because I studied abroad for a month in Sevilla, Spain, and so I have friends there. So I'm going to stay with my friends, and just for the first week, I'll stay with my friends and just kind of wander around and have a good time with them. And then I'm going to take it easy because I know what the weather is going to be like there for that week.
Mhm.
So, and the room they're putting me in does not have air conditioning. And I'm like, oh, this reminds me of last summer when I didn't have air conditioning and I went to California and it was rough. But I live in Washington now. I'm not used to hot weather. So I think I'm just going to take it easy. And then I'm meeting my friends in Barcelona the, the week of 4th of July here, and we're going to have a good time. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Nice.
And I've come into Barcelona on a cruise ship and then taken a taxi to the airport. So I've never actually really spent time in Barcelona. So I'm excited for that. We're not staying in Barcelona. We're staying in this little beach town called Blanes, but we're close enough that we can go do Barcelona for a couple of days and then we'll go see Montserrat and some other things. So we have a lot of plans for that. So that week I'm expecting it to be a little more busy. So I'm glad that I'll be going a week early just to kind of spend time casually with my friends, relax a lot, and then
Mhm.
go to Barcelona where the whirlwind's going to start.
Yeah. So sunny meant stocked, which is different than both of us thought.
Ah,
All three work. So
we both weren't hitting it. We weren't hitting it. Stopped. Okay, perfect. Yeah, it was annoying. The whole situation was really frustrating. You need an Obi-Wan Kenobi. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I need something. And then Jean said, Kay Simmons, Christina used hotspots from the library. Okay, so it's something I gotta check into, see if that's a possibility, because that would have been good to know. If that was a possibility, would have been helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, just finished taking photos of, removing stickers, tabs from, and summarizing notes on Storygraph from an academic research book on loan and due back. One book down. Wow. All British spellings and no Oxford commas. That's horrible. I love Oxford commas. Hi, Amy times two. Woohoo!
Or is that Amy squared? It's Amy
Oh, is
squared.
that you're right? It's Amy squared.
Yeah.
Yep.
See, I could teach math, maybe.
But wait, isn't Amy squared four of us then?
That would be.
All four of us. Just borrowed a bunch of audiobooks from Libby in case I need something for the hike. And Gideon the Ninth made the list. Ah, that makes sense. I gotta start thinking about that too. Like bringing, because I like physical books, but I need to think about books that I can put on my phone so that I. What were you gonna say?
I don't know what it would be because then I was thinking one squared is actually
Oh,
one.
you're right. That's a good point. Yeah, it wouldn't. I'm thinking two because there's two of us squared, which is four. You're thinking one squared, which is one. And then first I was just thinking times two.
I just like the sound of Amy squared.
I do. It does sound good. I can't math right now because I can't do
No,
much.
I don't teach math. Yeah, I know. I just said I could have taught it, but no.
Well, mine's maximum of fourth grade math. So there's no. I'm not doing any. My brain's not thinking about anything squared at the moment.
I mean, I could technically I could teach math. I just don't.
You're like, eh. Shell went 10 pages. That's all I managed. Mandela's book was so much more engaging. Also, Gandhi's book is not proving to be as easily written, I guess, as other um, autobiographies. That happens. I wonder if is it really long, Shell? Is it like a thick book? By then I am back in Germany, going 8th to the 8th. Oh, going to 8th to the 18th. Well, we're just gonna like have to wave in passing, sort of. Well, I guess not really, because I won't be out there yet. I hope you have a great time, Sunny. I didn't read it all, but I did a few chores and I showered. Oh, okay, that's good. It's productivity sprints too. I read 14 pages. Good job, Sandy. Awesome. Sorry for any misspellings. Oh, no problem. I'm dyslexic, so of course I always spell things how I intend. No worries at all. I'm used to. I work with a lot of kids that have dyslexia, so I'm used to reading. I don't know. My brain didn't compute for that one.
Right.
But it was, yeah.
Like, and there are just times when it's absolutely right, and my brain will still look at it and be like,
That doesn't seem. Yeah, there was a word recently that I was like, is that really how it's spelled?
yeah. I was like,
It just looks weird.
why
Yeah.
does that look wrong? My students, like, I'll write something on the board and I'll just stare at it, and I'm like, that doesn't look right. And they're like, don't you have it written down? And I'm like, yeah, but it doesn't look right. Like, you have it in your notes.
Mm-hmm.
You probably wrote it in your notes right.
The brain does funny things sometimes. It's a very interesting
it
place
looks
to
different
be.
typed versus written. It's so weird. It's so weird.
I'm dyslexic too, Sunny. Most sources estimate the prevalence in you as up to 20%. That's a high percentage. Haha, oops, Amy times two, or maybe you're both so Amy that you should be candidates. We are so Amy.
We are so Amy.
Wouldn't Amy to the power of two equal Amy times Amy, so should be fine?
Yeah, because Amy doesn't equal one necessarily, and we were both
Amy
equating
equals
it to numbers,
Amy.
but we are more
That's
than
right.
numbers, Amy.
We are more than numbers. That's a good point. That's a good point. Amy to the power of two is very different than one to the power of two, for sure. I will wave down the country while leave. Okay, thank you. Yeah, yeah, Leanna. That's a weird, but see, that's what we're thinking in our limited scope.
Yeah.
Yeah,
See?
but Amy does not equal one. Yeah, 505 pages. We do not equal one. Technically, Amy would be a variable in this case.
Yeah.
Oh, I see where you're going. Well, we are getting very mathematical now.
Okay. We need to stop. I did not come on sprints to do math, people.
We each have a power of our own. I love it. Wow, we're super nerdy here.
I love this tangent. This is fun.
I love it too.
Let's come up with more crazy hypotheticals. I love it.
It might make my brain explode, literally.
Oh,
I need it for 2 more weeks. Amelia needs it for 1 more week, and technically you don't even need it for the whole week because
yeah.
it's the last week of school. Like, what do I
Yeah.
guess I
I
only need
do
mine for
kind of
1
need
more
it
week.
until Wednesday because, like I'm in charge of graduation. So
Fun, lucky.
definitely will need it that day. But
Going back to the philosophical. Ugh.
can a person be a
Mhm.
number?
What is a person and what is a number? Leanna does love, yeah, well, we all love the nerd talk.
Oh,
Okay, so
great.
Shell is, oh, that's not Shell. Shell is, so Gandhi book is 505 pages with really small print. So yeah, it's going to be painful, Shell. I'm sorry. I'll be interested when I eventually get to it, what I think about it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, how did the Nelson Mandela audio biography go anyways, Shell? Because the last time I talked to you, you were actually reading that. What number would you be?
Now I just have that. 1 is the loneliest number that you'll ever see. 2 can be as. I don't know what it is. That's all I got in my head.
It's a dangerous place going up into those heads and trying to figure out what's going on up there. It's a dangerous place, everyone.
Oh my gosh.
Had dinner, by the way. I forgot to say what I'm doing. Oh, did during the sprint. Oh, did you? Was it good?
I hope it was good.
There's bacon. There's been bacon cooking, so I've just been smelling bacon all morning. It's a lovely smell.
I went to Aldi last night and I got this cherry almond chicken, not cherry almond, cranberry almond chicken salad. And I got some like the tortilla wrap things. And so like I want to put the chicken salad in a tortilla wrap.
Oh, that sounds really good. Yeah, that sounds good. Sounds like a nice, easy meal too. Which is
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah. So I'm like,
Me and singing must go hand in hand. Yeah, it's true because you know me, I'm always singing. Also, it's just it's a singing thing. It's an Amy thing.
mm-hmm.
Maybe Amy equals 2 because every Amy is unique. Oh, I love this. We're just we need to have Amy sprints more often because we get so many compliments.
Right. And 2 is the only prime number that is even.
It's true.
Yeah. See, so
You should
Amy
be teaching math. You should be teaching math. It was good. I had an onigiri with some cheese on the side and some gummy Korean thingies as like a dessert. That sounds good. Sounds good. It's cranberry.
Yes.
It sounds delicious.
Yes.
I really enjoyed it, actually. I recommend the audiobook. Gave it four stars? Shell, that's impressive. I'm looking forward to it. Shell doesn't give classics or anything like that very high ratings typically. So everybody reads the Nelson Mandela autobiography.
See, I feel like that would be really fascinating.
Yeah. I think the Gandhi one would be too. So that's why I'm like, too bad she's not finding it as enjoyable.
I wonder if there's like
It's more of a slog.
translation problems there.
Possibly.
Or not problems, but like
it makes it more difficult.
Miscommunication in the translation that makes it more difficult for us to understand.
Yeah, that's very possible.
I'm trying to like,
No,
yeah.
totally. I totally get you. Let's see. And call them the Amy squared sprints. It'll be a if you know, you know thing.
You can even put that on there. If you know, you know.
Yep. And Sunny said, "Thank you. I forgot the word for prime number. Words.
Oh,
Well, it's because you were
thinking,
thinking too philosophically, Sunny. That's why.
yes, yes.
Yes. And
You
so
weren't thinking mathematically, you were thinking philosophically.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, and so unique. Whoa, very unique.
Me too is the one that like students always get wrong when they're like thinking of prime numbers because it's even. So they're like, "Nah."
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Even
That
I
makes
had
sense, though.
problems with it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense though, because your brain is not thinking about. Though I think about them not being prime or not being even. So I have
Yeah.
to. Yeah, let's say
It's my favorite.
bilingual for a second.
Bilingual.
Oh, I love it.
Oh man, that's awesome.
That's really cute. That's very cute. Oh, Sunny.
Oh man.
Oh, let's see. I had the word in my mind, but I couldn't think of the word, so I made it philosophical. And see, that's perfect. You just,
You know, fake it till you make it, Sonny. Fake
just
it till you
make it
make it.
even more, make it even more complex. So our brains are also stuck. And
Mm-hmm.
gosh,
Yep.
I can't believe how hard it's been lately. My brain just doesn't want to. It doesn't want to do anything right now.
Hmm.
It. So I'm. Yeah, never heard that before. It's really cute.
Oh.
Technically, I'm multilingual, but mostly none of my languages. Oh, yeah. I do that all the time, and I'm not bilingual or multilingual in any sense, but I know quite a few French words. I know quite a few Spanish words. I know some Polish words. Like when sometimes when I'm trying to, and especially this is even worse when I'm in public and I have a kid or somebody I'm talking to that doesn't speak a lot of English, and I'm trying to use a Spanish word, the same word but in French will come out, and it's so embarrassing because French is what I studied in school, but I've taught myself more Spanish more recently, and then I'm like trying to say something to them in Spanish, and the French word comes out, and I'm like, no.
Well, and they're so similar, like the French
Mm-hmm.
and like they're so similar, but also so different. So like when you get just a little bit wrong, it just yeah.
Very sad. Because it's also like, oh, that was not my intention. But it
Mm-hmm.
happens. It happens.
Yeah.
And I'm so impressed with people who are multilingual because that's a huge brain skill, a huge brain muscle,
Like literally, I know donde está el baño. That's most of what I remember.
It's over there.
And me llamo Amy.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one to remember, especially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me llamo Amy. Donde está el baño?
Hmm. I was trying to work up on my Spanish a bit because we're going to Spain for the summer. So for a while I was like, well, doing Duolingo, which isn't perfect, but at least it gives me some practice.
Words. Yeah.
And like I was doing it daily for like 3 months, and then all of a sudden I stopped, and I haven't done it in a while. So yeah,
You know what helps? So my
yeah,
goddaughter does Duolingo, and so I do Duolingo. So we started doing a friend streak. So when I don't do Duolingo, she nudges me. Like there's a nudge
that's good.
button, and so so I'm on like a 208 day streak.
Oh, good job. My friends were nudging me, and I didn't nudge back. So
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
that
it
really
worked for
helps.
a
'Cause I was
while.
like, I cannot let my goddaughter show me up. Like that's
Oh, yeah.
embarrassing. You
Yep, the
know.
competitive side. I think my
Yeah.
competitive side died when the school year got rough.
I mean, fair.
It fizzled. It fizzled.
Yeah.
Um, I was in Sarajevo for half a year for uni, and let me tell you, no Bosnian came out. My brain switched to French, which I hadn't spoken for like 10 years. Brains, do what we want you to do.
Yeah.
That makes same that makes sense because the same word in different languages would be associated with one another. Hmm, would be
Neural.
associated with one another. Neural connections. This has been happening lately when I've been doing read alouds too. I've been doing a lot of. Wait a minute, hold on.
I
And like read alouds are my favorite thing, and
know. Yeah.
I've been having problems making it likely to
Yeah.
retrieve the correct word, but in the wrong language. Well, I'm glad to hear that it's not uncommon.
Like I do voices for all the characters, and like I started doing a different voice for a character, and my students were like, Spellman, that's not Fly's voice. They just kind of like look at me. I'm like, oh, sorry. What are we gonna do, Rez?
I like making voices for my characters too, so that must be an Amy thing also.
Yeah, and then like Guardian is always like, go. What are you doing now? Yeah. They don't talk very often.
Oh, I love it.
The ones that talk a lot, they just get my regular voice.
Exactly. Because like switching back and forth can be so hard, especially when it doesn't say like that person said, this person said, then you're like, I've definitely done it where I've accidentally said the wrong, like you did, like
Yeah,
because
yeah.
it's just like dialogue, and you don't know whose dialogue is which. You have to kind of guess in the moment whose
Right.
it is.
Yep. Because they don't
Yeah.
always need to have a tag.
Well,
Or
it wasn't
English.
even what I wanted to say. I don't even know French. I don't know enough French for full-blown conversations. French is just spouting out of you. I'll have to look the theory on those cases.
Hmm.
What cases? The talk this part?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, please. Also, yes, please. Haha. Also, can they have their own roots? So it's like, where is the connection?
Yeah.
They would have some connection, right? Well, I mean, for me,
Well,
it's
because like they have like ancient language roots. Like I on Duolingo, I'm doing Latin because there's so many like English words that have Latin roots. And so like I'm understanding where all of these English words come from because like they come from Latin. And
that's a good point.
it's just like is interesting.
No, it makes sense. Yeah, it totally makes sense that they have had connections.
Mm-hmm.
French in my brain wanted some dusting. Yeah, it was just jealous. You know,
Like,
you were
what's
around
out of
people who
here?
were, yeah, you're around people who are speaking. What do they speak in Bosnia? Do they speak Bosnian? You're around people who speak a different language, and your brain's like, I don't know that one, but I know another one. Let me pull it out because I'm feeling like I need to do some work. They're Indo-Germanic languages, but French is
Yeah.
Romanic, Latin, and Bosnian. So yeah, not they weren't
Oh,
technically
so
as.
they don't have, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think it was just
I
your
see
brain
what
being
you're
jealous.
saying. That my neurons stopped firing for a little bit.
I just think your brain was jealous. I think it was like, oh, I can speak another language too. Haha. I'll just bring out the French then.
Look what I can do.
Yeah, that's probably what happened. Check that out, Leanna. See if there's theory on that. Brain jealousy.
Mm.
Don't think so? No?
Although there are some, I don't know. I feel like there are some things that just like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying.
No, that's okay. That's all right. Yes, sad part is with almost all languages I understand but don't speak. Well, except for English and German and getting better with my Albanian. Wow, how many languages
That's
do
so
you speak?
impressive.
Yeah, I'm very
You
impressed.
said multi-language. I guess
Yeah,
3 is
right,
mixed,
for
but
sure. But isn't that like once you start activating that part of your brain more often, it's easier to learn more and more languages? Like it's harder to learn a second language than it is to learn like a fifth language.
I mean, I've heard that, but I've never learned enough in order to figure it out if it's true.
Still working on that second one.
Which makes me feel really stupid all the time. So thanks for pointing that out, Amy.
You're welcome. I'm always here to humble. I'm always here to humble. Not myself.
We're like middle schoolers. You think I need humbling?
I don't know how you do it. Honestly, I think you're a saint for doing that.
Oh,
Oh
honestly, my
my
middle
gosh.
schoolers are awesome.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad
They
to hear
are
that. I'm,
so good. I mean, they're still middle schoolers, but they're awesome.
yeah. Leanna says, on it. LOL, if I didn't already have my dissertation topic,
Ah,
this is a good distraction
yeah.
when you get tired of, working on your dissertation, because I'm
Yeah.
sure, ugh. Speak Portuguese, took 1 year of French and 2 years of Spanish. That's, yeah, it
Wow.
gets easier, right? The more
Mm.
actually able to speak German, native, English since birth, two for a different reason. Albanian, mother's native language, and then in high school did French and Spanish, but it didn't stick much.
Hmm.
French actually stuck with me quite a bit. I did French in middle school, high school. Or mostly just, no, I think just high school.
Hmm.
It's cool, Sandy. Yep, it is. Are you in Albania? No, it's her mother. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I should speak Polish because my dad is fluent. He's been fluent ever since, he's from Poland. I'm like he was born and raised in Poland and he's got a very strong accent, but he wanted me to be his little American citizen, because he came here to be a citizen. So like he and my dad's not much for teaching, like so he
Yeah.
didn't really ever so I've tried to teach myself and it's a hard language to learn on your own. And
Yeah.
like it's also with any language, it's easier to learn it if you're around it all the time. So
Right.
like if I was in Poland, I could probably pick up Polish pretty quickly because I have a pretty good ear for it, like the language, and I just have more opportunities to practice.
Yeah. Well, there was like that controversy going around on TikTok where this lady was like, I don't understand how people can talk to their babies. How do you not talk to your baby? Like, she
I
just
talk to
thinks
my
she's
pets.
gonna all of a sudden like start talking when she never talks to the baby.
Oh,
Like, and our baby's 11 months old. So
wow.
it's so
Yeah.
I laugh because I want to cry thinking
Yeah.
of this poor baby that never gets talked to.
Yeah, that's hard. Like, and that's we do have a lot of kids that have like different speech impediments and stuff like that, and you wonder, like what kind of language you're getting at home, or obviously that's not always the case. It's brain to mouth correlation and stuff like that. But like,
Hmm.
there are some people who then like the speech therapist is like, you really do need to work at talking to your child more at home, and then maybe also like not using the baby language and stuff like that. That's hard. Like it's you don't know when. I think a lot of people just don't realize that kids pull a lot of their learning at that age. Like those ages
Right.
are so much of a foundation of their learning when it
Yeah.
comes to
When
language.
if
So
they're only talked to in that baby talk, that's what they're going to learn first, which is
yeah,
cute.
yeah, it's fun. It's
Like
cute.
fine, like at least they're being talked to.
Yeah.
But eventually you have to talk to them.
Yeah, it's a huge
Babies.
foundation for their learning for language. In uni, I then started with Bosnian and later Polish. Easily get my languages confused though with my dyslexia. Yeah, understandably. Half German, quarter Albanian, quarter Herzegovinian, Bosnian.
No.
Wow, that's cool. I'm now finally in my 27 years that I'm actually working on my Albanian, so writing and reading a book and actually found mistakes myself. See, this is a sign. See, there's a sign. That's great.
Nice.
That's really great. Yeah, I need to learn Polish at some point. Teaching myself is not. Maybe I'll just go live in Poland for a year or something. I don't know. It would be nice to be able to speak the language of my people. But
Hmm.
um, let's see. At that age, my mom started learning German, which is why I was brought up with German, English, and Albanian because my parents didn't know each other's languages. Sometimes accidentally making mistakes. Yeah. Oh, I imagine. I totally imagine. The mistakes my mom made when she started learning, but doesn't do anymore. Yeah, I can imagine that for sure. I mean, uh, that's one of the hardest part about learning any new language is being able to make those mistakes and not be embarrassed in front of other people who speak it fluently, and allowing
Yeah.
yourself to make those mistakes allowing the space to make those mistakes. That's the only way you're actually going to get better at it. It is embarrassing. I certainly
Yeah.
hate, like, when I'm working on my Spanish, like, I have a hard time, especially talking. I have a better time talking to kids in Spanish, like, not feeling
Mhm.
embarrassed. I have a much harder time talking to adults in Spanish and not feeling embarrassed. And
Mhm.
that's a case that people have to deal with all the time, coming into different countries and having to make mistakes and learn from them.
Yeah.
So, yeah. All right, so let's do some sprints. Let's do another 45 because I like doing 45s. Let's do 45 and we'll go to 11:15 or 15. We'll go to 15. Took me till high school till someone told me I used the wrong gender for the color red.
Hmm.
Oh, I did not know that it was genders
Interesting.
with nouns for German. Okay, let me edit my banner and we'll do some sprints. Okay, I hope everyone gets a whole bunch of reading done. Happy, happy reading. Good luck, and we'll see you at 15.
Happy reading.
Welcome back, everyone. Hi, how's it going? Neva's here.
Hello. I had people cussing at each other. Hello, friends. I'm very late. I'm so sorry. I fell asleep and then I woke up and was like, oh, I should get up, and then promptly fell back asleep.
You're fine.
So I was like, you know what? If they need me, someone will yell at me through the messenger thing. I'm determined to finish this book today. Okay. I only have 4 hours left because I did sleep. So it's fine. But I only have 4 hours of this book left, and I'm determined to finish it now because we've hit devastation.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. I almost cried on Julie's sprints this morning, and that was my sign to go to bed. But of course, I mean, things make me cry anyway. So I don't know why I thought that was the sign to go to bed.
If I took it as a sign to go to bed every time I cried,
but I think the only thing that saved me is the actual character that what happened affects doesn't know that the thing has happened yet. But I know that when they find out that I can't tell you what it is because it's a spoiler. But I know that when they find out that this thing has happened,
yeah,
it's
hard when you know something devastating is going to happen to a character, and
because another character found out that this thing had happened, and then was like, I must tell this other person, and then someone else who's an advisor was like, you cannot do that. Because it will cause a domino effect. And then they're like, okay, so they haven't told this character, but I know as soon as they do, good luck to me and my tear ducts. That's all I'm saying.
What book is that?
What is that? Yeah, I was wondering too. Bloodguard. Ooh, I've never even heard of that.
Yeah, so it's it is a Red Tower book, so I guess I'll just preface it with that. They publish Fourth Wing, whatever. Mm-hmm. And I will say, Red Tower books are real pretty. They really know their marketing angles here, but they are hit or miss for me. This one just happened to be a hit because I am 70-ish, 75-ish% through. And I'm still just sucked in, which doesn't always happen with Red Tower. Sometimes I get to the 50% mark and I'm like, hello, go eat that. Okay, go eat that. And I'm like, I am good on this. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But I need to know what happens to these characters at the end. Yeah. But then I was talking to Julie. Say hi. You're waving at you. Hi. But then I was talking to Julie and she was like, I wonder if it's a duology or something. But then I looked and there's nowhere, I didn't see it on Goodreads. I didn't see it on Amazon. So if this is a standalone, they better wrap this sucker up nicely. If you leave me on some kind of weird, ambiguous ending, I'm suing. I'm suing Red Tower Books. I'm just joking on it. Don't come for me. But because there's nothing listed saying that this is going to be more than one book.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But Red Tower is known for doing at least duologies. So, I mean, they could probably wrap it up if they actually tried.
Where are you percentage-wise? Ish. Okay, so there's still a good chunk.
Yeah. So I'm hoping that in the next, I think I have 200-ish. Yeah, I have 200-ish pages left. I'm hoping that they will
wrap it up.
Yeah.
Nicely.
Yeah.
Just I don't know. I'm gonna need a happily ever after. I'm going to need that because if you give me some kind of, I mean, not every book needs a happily ever after, but I need a happily ever after for this book.
Yes.
I'm not one to I don't really subscribe to the whole every book has to have a happy ending because that's not realistic. But I'm gonna need the human gladiator and the elven princess to have a happily ever after. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I like that. Human gladiator and elven princess. Ah, it sounds like right up my alley.
I'm just saying. Like, here's the thing. I bought this for my birthday, and I was like, if it sucks, at least it's pretty, you know. And then I just
It is
like
pretty.
messed around for 6 months not reading it, and then it came up on my it's on my 25 and 2025
Yeah.
like bingo
Right.
board.
Yeah.
Because I tried to put like newer-ish books or TBR veterans on that as opposed to like self-destruct books, because I also have a self-destruct list.
Yeah.
And it came up and I was like, oh well, I guess it's time to read this. And then I picked it up and I was like, oh well, this is pretty good. I will say the beginning is kind of, it's gross. Like I think I was telling Amy last night about it. Yeah. I think because he does, like, he's a gladiator, right? So he does have like scars and stuff.
Mhm.
And there is like a pretty big section of one chapter from her POV where she's like healing him, where there's like infection under the scars, which like I know is like a real thing that can happen, but it was like pretty like gross, like the way they were describing it, which like is fine. Like, it's a gladiator book. I'm not expecting it to be like sunshine and roses, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But there definitely is like gross parts, but you could probably skip them. I'm a masochist, so I just read it anyway. But like, you could probably skip it if you wanted to.
I'd probably read it too. How's your reading going, Amy?
Good. I am here.
Ooh, that's progress.
So I'm on page 294 or 5. I don't know which one. Out of 336.
Oh, wow. Oh, really close.
So about 40 pages
Yeah.
left.
That's a lot of progress.
Yeah. Yeah. So kind of like at the climax, tables must turn, or all.
Or else third act conflict.
Yeah. Ugh. I hate a third act conflict. I'm so sorry. I can't I know it's like a trope, but I just hate a third act breakup. Like, why? It's not necessary.
Are there romances without third act conflicts though?
Yes, there are,
but not very many. Like,
which I think is the only reason that they bother me so much is because I have read books that do not, like, Pucking Around does not have a third act breakup in it.
Okay.
Like, I guess technically every romance has a third act conflict, but to me, a conflict means that you communicated and worked through it.
Yes.
Yeah.
You didn't break up unnecessarily because you don't know how to communicate.
Yeah, like there's some sort of
that's a good
miscommunication,
point.
but you're able to like talk through it.
Because like in Pucking Around, there is a third act conflict. One of the partners in that polycule kind of freaks out and kind of has like not really second thoughts, but kind of is like, I don't know how fair this is type thing. Like they kind of just freak out about it, but there's no actual breakup. They're basically just like talked down, which to me, that's a communication. If it's a third act breakup, that means y'all didn't open your mouths and communicate and then crap blew up. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
No, I agree with that. Yeah, absolutely. Because the breakup is frustrating because then you know that the communication is not happening.
Right.
And you know that it has, especially with the romance, you know that it's going to end in them back together again. So then you know it's because of lack of communication.
And then I'm supposed to believe that y'all just lived happily ever after with no therapy. I don't believe you.
What are you talking about? Relationships are so easy.
Ugh. Yeah. The worst is when the worst line is, oh, if you could just find a nice fill in the blank.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
Stop putting in that in your books. Go to therapy. If only you went to therapy and then found somebody to share your life with.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like,
I found some nice whatevers, and one of them ended up being a narcissist. The other he was bipolar, I'm sure, but like like Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde without medication. You know, like I've met some nice guys, and they didn't end up being nice.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I just dealt with that. Absolutely not. And here's the thing: you also have to like be on a healing journey, and then find someone who is also on a, or at least willing to be on a healing journey. You know what I'm saying?
And try
I'm not
to
in the-
understand your healing journey.
Yeah.
Right. Because you know what? I'm not in the business of fixing other people. Absolutely not. I can barely
Same.
fix myself. That's why I have a therapist.
Yeah. This is why I'm mostly single. That's why I spent most of my life single.
I just cannot, dude. I just cannot.
It's hard.
But yeah,
to think about making
that's
this.
my issue with the third act breakup. Is I feel like a third act breakup, there's always a conflict that could have just been communicated.
Yeah, although I think that this one, part of me gets it, and part of me is like, why can't she understand? Like, I'm like he's doing something that he feels that he has to do, and she's like, well, if you were really a good person, and I'm like, okay, like, she's done some pretty sketchy things for family, so I don't understand why she's not understanding that he's doing these things for his family. Like, it just, like, I feel like if she wasn't so, but also he's kind of so conflicted, and they just both need therapy.
Sounds like miscommunication.
Honestly,
Like willful miscommunication. Like she's not willing
Yeah.
to see his perspective.
It's an unwillingness to see the perspective of the other person.
Yes.
That is so, but I think also it is something that they can actually work through with therapy. Like, they could take this and work through it with therapy. But
therapy's great. I
no,
love
they
therapy.
never bring it up. But
No. Why not? It's so sad.
I know.
Let's see. Kay says, "Hi, Neva."
What's brother?
Got laundry. I love it. Got laundry going. Hi, sorry, didn't notice YouTube took a break. I didn't read anything. So close to falling asleep on the couch, especially after dinner. I'm sure that's exhausting, Sunny. Therapy. Period.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. There's one. It's in the series with the Renaissance Fair.
Yeah, that one
starts with Well Met.
Yes. What is that series called?
I don't know. I always call it the Well Met series, but it's not. That's not it. But they all start with well. One of the books, it legitimately, like, you see the main female characters.
It's the Well Met series. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
You see the female main characters like mental struggles from the first book on, and it's completely ignored in her book, and it's just completely, oh, you just need to find a good guy and then everything will be fine. I almost threw that book across the room, but I was at my friend's house dog sitting her dogs, and I didn't want to break anything. That is the only reason I did not throw that book. I was so mad at the lack of care for her mental health. Yeah. Like, there was a checklist of mental situations that she needed to work through, and nobody was helping her. Nobody was trying to help her see that she needed to do that. Like, it was like, what? Oh my gosh. I was so I really did like the book, though. The male main character is my favorite male main character.
Okay.
So I really struggled with that one, but at the same time, in my head, I just had her go to therapy also.
She was getting the help she needed.
Yeah, and then I was okay. But
Leanna says, I've only thrown one book in rage, but I can't remember what it was. LOL. I've wanted to throw books in rage before. I don't think I've actually physically thrown a book because I like my books. I didn't want to throw it, but like I certainly have had books where I was so mad that I'm like, oh, 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 no. Mm,
Yeah.
yeah,
Mhm.
I can think of a lot of them that I've been actively keeping myself from throwing it. Miscommunication trope is the worst. Agreed. It's hard. That is hard. If I ever add miscommunication into my writing, please come and take my computer away.
Okay, I don't actually mind miscommunication being there, but I want it pointed out. Like, I want a character to be like, actually, let's think about this. Let's not just get mad and be the, yeah, like,
Mhm.
let's actually stop and think about it and not be twat waffles.
Right.
Like,
And work through it and show that working through it is important.
yeah.
But
Like, have
if it goes
friends
on
that
too
say,
long,
hey, actually, let's think about this. Like, I understand your point of view. Absolutely. Is this, is like, why?
if it goes on too long, even though I think it's important to show miscommunication and then like working through it, if it goes on too long, I'm just like,
Right.
it's just so
'Cause,
painful
yeah.
sometimes.
And
And
I
I
feel
say
like we
this,
can't get mad at books for putting in things that happen in real life. And I think, like, in real life, it is easy to miscommunicate with people that you care about,
right?
like it's very easy to do that. And so, like, you can't get mad at books for doing that. But I can get mad at books for, oh, we're just going to do a big gesture and everything's going to be great and nobody needs to talk through it. Like, yeah, as Sunny is saying there,
Oh
like,
yeah, that's yeah,
it
but
can't
that's not
end with miscommunication.
which some do for sure. Or
Mhm.
like you said, if you just meet the right person, then they meet the right person. That person basically changes who they are as a person.
Mhm.
Changes everything about their life, makes their life better. And I'm like, that's real
Yeah.
because that's so unrealistic. A
Yeah.
person is not going to fix you. A person might having that person in your life might give you like you might feel better for it and there you're motivated to then help yourself, but there's always that you have to help yourself at some point.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
uh, Interesting. um on Fantastic Fiction website it's listed as a novel. What was this? Do you remember what that is?
It's not, is it Well Met?
Oh, oh,
Because it's a
maybe.
novel and the name of the series, maybe?
Oh, yeah, 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 maybe that's what it was, because yeah, it is the name of the novel, but then I looked on Goodreads because Goodreads is the answer to all everything.
Right. Obviously,
It's
it's
not,
never
but like
wrong.
Yeah, exactly. It's never, never wrong. But it says, like if you look at the series name, it's called Well Met. So that's just my assumption, and that's the series name.
Yeah.
But I have been wrong before, so don't put it past me.
Mm.
Something I'm perfectly capable of being.
Once every once in a while.
Yeah, it doesn't happen often, but actually lately it happens a lot because I can't remember basic words. Um,
Been
it's
there.
fun. Yeah, and so how does like when I'm very curious, fellow teacher, summer comes along, do you get worn out during the school year, Amy? Because you always seem just so
No, I don't get worn out during the school year. I am a superhuman.
I mean, I know you do, but like what is your mindset that you just don't seem that worn out to me? Or you're just good at hiding it?
I mean, I could take that as a compliment, I guess. I
It's
don't
supposed to be.
know. Like, I feel like I tell myself, like, I practice gratitude a lot, so I think about like all of like the amazing things. So like whenever I'm like actually, it's just gonna sound so stupid, but like the book Pollyanna, where they play the game where they get like something bad is happening, so then they think about why they're grateful or why they're glad about it. So like they accidentally got crutches instead of a doll, but then they were glad that they didn't have to use the crutches. So they were like, oh, it's great. Like I practice that like on the daily where I'm like, well, my kids drove me crazy today, but they drove me crazy talking to each other, which means they're getting along, which means I'm at least teaching them that they need to treat each other with respect, and they actually understand that. And that's great. And I, have the people in my life that I can vent to, like one of my good friends who was actually my colleague last year changed schools, but I kept in touch with him just because like he knows what I'm going through on the daily, and like we can talk about like things that are like going crazy, and therapy.
I mean, yeah, I do therapy. I've got a lot of teacher friends and a lot of people that I talk to, but I still feel so drained all the time. Like it's just, I got to start working on the gratitude bit. That would probably help.
That like it's that, I mean, that is really the biggest part for me, is that like when I think about how grateful I am for like everything in my life, which I'm not saying that fixes everything, because it doesn't. Like you can't just fix everything by being grateful. Like you can't, because I still have worries and I still ignore some stuff. There's a good deal of like just being in denial.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that does this though, because like
I'm actively working towards trying to fix, but I'm not like shouting it to other people, but
because I've been accused of being like having toxic positivity, and I'm like, no, because I don't necessarily expect other people to be positive all the time.
Right. Like
it's toxic positivity when I'm like pushing it onto somebody else, but like I don't push it onto other people. It's just
if I'm like sitting there, oh, you're sad. Well, just remember that there are way more people that have it worse off than you. So
just go for
that's toxic positivity.
Just like go for a walk and it'll all be better. Like no, I also just like practice gratitude, but also like I started going to school to be a teacher and then quickly learned absolutely not. Here's the thing, okay? It sounded really cute to me, helping the kids. And I was like, I could do 3rd or 4th grade because they still like school, but they're like kind of independent. And then I got through like a year and a half of the program, and then they started talking to me about like doing like the student teaching, like going in and like doing that part, and I was like, I don't think, and then like I really thought about it and I was like, I'm not sure that I like other people's children enough to do this. because like you always hear teachers that like refer to like their students as like their kids, right? And I had teachers that were like that, and like that is wonderful, and I commend you all, okay? But here's the thing, sometimes I love her always, but sometimes I don't like my own child. Okay. I love her always, but sometimes I'm like, can you please go over there?
Oh, trust me. I feel that way too.
Much. Can you please? Like, I understand that your love language is like hanging off me like I'm a jungle gym, but could you please just go? Just go over there. Just go over there. Like, you can even go across the room and stare at me, but just go over there. So I was like, am I going to be able to deal with like 30 children that are not my children? Like I get to send them home at the end of the day. But, and here's the other thing. I don't know. Okay. I'm healing. I am not healed. So I'm not sure that I would be able to deal with some of the parents. That's really my problem, is some of the parents, because children learn from their parents. So if I have an entitled child, that probably means that they learn how to be entitled from their parent. And then I don't. So then when I have to deal with the entitled parent, I'm not really trying to like lose my job because I told a parent where to go. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I honestly, it has a lot to do with the school where I am though too. Like I don't have a ton of parents that are trying to make my life miserable or inadvertently making my life miserable because they think that they're doing the right thing when they're not. Like I don't have a ton of that. I have a ton of parents that care about their kids and support what needs to happen, support the school, work with the school. Like I have a ton of really wonderful students. I really have wonderful colleagues, and I love my school. Like at the end of the day, I am so grateful that I am where I am in what I'm doing. Like it really helps with the gratitude, and it just helps me in that way too. And it's a small school, so it's like there's a lot of wonderfulness that I experience with it. But it helps that I go to a therapist once a month and I talk through all these things with my therapist. And my therapist is like, you need a balance between your work life and your home life. And right now it's all work life. So figure it out. And so I try to figure it out. And, like, I don't have it all together, but there's a lot of hope in me that I will at some point figure something out. But yeah.
Well, because I'm also feeling like I love my work. But I'm feeling so burnt out at the end of this school year that I'm like, am I going to be ready to go back in the fall? I'm feeling so tired, like mentally and emotionally exhausted.
Right. But
and
you had so many like health issues too. Like how many times were you sick this year?
Not a lot. And then I
like
busted my leg. Well, not broke it, but I tore my calf muscle.
Yeah.
Chasing after a kiddo.
Yeah. So like all of that together is like, like you're physically and mentally exhausted. I think that, yeah, you can come back and be ready. Like you absolutely can, you just find out.
I gotta work on the gratitude. I think you're right. I think that's definitely a factor that I forget about, because the second I'm not sick, my brain goes, okay, let's move forward. You're fine. You're better now. I don't give myself the space.
When you are sick, you tend to try to push through it, which just makes it longer.
True.
We also have to remember that rest is productive.
Yes.
Thank you for reminding me that, Neva, because that is such a hard thing to accept.
And also, and I have to work on this part too, but that rest is not earned. Like you don't need to earn rest. Like you don't need to run yourself until you feel like, oh, okay, well now I've done enough to earn rest. Like rest is a thing that you have to have in order to
like
stay
water and food and shelter. Like
I'm writing this down. Rest is productive. Rest is not earned.
Yes. So sometimes like when I listen, I am that person who's like, let me just give to everybody else and I'll just deal with my crap later, right? So like I used to have to like schedule in rest.
Yeah.
Like I used to have to like legitimately be like, okay, at this time you're not doing anything else. Like you can read a book or something, but like you're gonna rest your body. Like go rest your body. And now like because I do, well, for now anyway, I do YouTube, right, full time, whatever. I did not do this in May and it bit me, but I had been scheduling in like days, at least 2 days a week that was nothing but reading days. Because in reality, I can read while I edit or read while I'm uploading videos. Like I don't need to sit here and like watch my computer do its work. Like that's ridiculous. But after the second week of May, May is such a weird time for me because the last 2 weeks has felt like 2 years, to be honest. Like there's
December is legit.
100%.
Yes. Go. But I like just like in my personal life, I have been dealing with like a lot. Yeah. And it all got smushed into like 15 days. Like it all happened so quickly that I'm like, where is the time? So in the last 2 weeks, I did not schedule any reading days. So I was just working on YouTube stuff. Like I was filming or I was editing or I was making thumbnails or I was doing whatever. And then I'm like, why am I at the end of the month and I've only read, well, I'll finish this book today. So 5 books the whole month. Because I'm like, I should have had more reading time than that. And then I looked back on my planner pages and I was like, girl, you didn't schedule any reading time. Like you just kept pushing through because you were trying to turn your brain off. So you didn't schedule any time to like do the reading to make the content. Like you need the reading to do the content.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, and like I'm a really smart person when it comes to what other people should do, but I'm real stupid about what I should do.
Then I realized
I always think like, okay, what would I tell my friends to do
in
this situation? And then I'm like, okay, so that's what I should do. Not what I think I should do, but what I think my friend should do.
Well, and then when I
saw my friend, like if I can't be a friend to myself and I don't treat myself like a friend, then I'm an idiot.
Right. Yeah. Well, and then I was like, you didn't schedule any reading time, which means you also didn't schedule any rest.
Right.
Because for me, like reading is a restful thing. I mean, I can be reading the most devastating book known to man, Magnolia Parks, but it's still like restful to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I was like, so like I didn't have any like days where I just legitimately like sat down and just read for content. Like, and yes, like I do take notes when I do that because otherwise I feel like I have to have the camera on the whole time. And I don't want to do that necessarily. So I do have like my reading journal sitting in front of me so I can at least like jot things down as they like come to my brain because I won't remember them in 5 minutes if I don't. But I'm like, you scheduled no like dedicated reading days. So you also scheduled no rest time. And then you're like, and then you wonder why the last 2 weeks has felt like 2 years, ma'am. That's why. I mean, other than like other things have happened, but I think it would have been.
And the fact that it's legit May.
Well, yeah. And it would have been like easier to deal with the things that were happening around me if I had also rested.
Yeah. What? Her citizen says, my mother was a teacher before COVID, and I feel like she still hasn't found the balance.
Yeah.
Even after COVID, yeah, that's hard. Important reminder that we need rest. And Leanna says, yes, and sleep specifically impacts all aspects of health, mental and physical.
Yeah.
And then Sandy says, Blood Guard. Oh, so she's talking about Blood Guard.
Yeah, it is a novel.
A standalone novel.
What does that mean?
But I don't know that we're getting like, I don't know. We'll see how it wraps up because if it leaves me on some kind of weird cliffhanger, I'm gonna be like, okay, so where's book 2, ma'am? Like, I mean, I'll wait 2 years, that's fine. But like,
make sure there is one.
But if you leave me on a cliffhanger, I'm gonna need you to make sure that I have another book.
Yeah.
Yeah, my therapist also, though, to come back to that thing, my therapist also, Amy, tells me the same thing. Like, would you tell your friends that? And I'm like, no, and I know that, and I know what I would, because I'm also very good at not telling other people, but like helping other people through things. Yeah. It's so much harder when you do it for yourself, and I know that. Like, I actively know that, and yet it still is so hard.
Yeah, no, that is something personally I've been working on for the past 2 years, was being able to like figure out what I would tell my friend to do, and like telling my students, like when my students say, oh my gosh, I'm so stupid. And I'm like, I don't allow anybody to call anybody stupid in this classroom. And that includes you calling yourself stupid. I don't let anybody else treat you like that. I'm not letting you treat you like that. But then the next minute,
but then you do it.
Oh my gosh, Amy, what? Or I'll be like, Miss Bowman. Oh gosh, and they're like, Miss Bowman, you're fine. It's not a big deal. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Like they start correcting me, like so. It's definitely still something I struggle with, but that's. Yeah.
Belle's calling me out, telling what's right. Hush your mouth, Shell. I don't tell people what to do. I give them suggestions. Let's see. Sunny said she lost her teaching ability with long COVID, so she still works despite now being disabled, but not teaching in school. Oh. Yeah, it's so physically draining as well as emotionally and mentally draining. Like it's teaching hits all those things. It hits all those things.
Well, and then to like, lose it
No,
because
it's
of,
fine. I mean, this thing.
that's
Yeah, that's hard.
That's just devastating.
That is devastating. So I'm sorry about that, because
I have
that's
to deal with. That is,
yeah.
you want to be able to leave on your own terms and not.
Yeah. And not have to leave because your body just says no anymore, or says no and you can't go any further. It's tough. Yeah, it's a tough place to be, and I don't think I ever realized how tough it is to be a teacher. I mean, I knew it, but until you like actually experience it.
Yeah, well, and
And
I think every job has their own individual stressors and things like that. But I just think we have to like give ourselves as people grace, and we need to figure out when too much grace is too much and when not enough is not enough. Like we're so busy trying to like decide who's to blame for everything that we never find a balance, and then we're just off kilter as like whatever, it's
Let me ask you, are y'all oldest daughters?
no.
I'm an only. I have a brother, but he's like 12 years younger than me, and he's a half brother. So he's still my brother, but I wasn't raised with him. So
But you were
I'm
raised.
raised only child.
I am the youngest, but my sister is only 2 years older than me. 2 years and 6 days older than me.
I just like relate to everything you're saying, and I am the oldest daughter. Okay, I'm the oldest of I don't even know how many kids.
How many?
The oldest of 11.
Wow.
Because Dad had 5 and Mom had 5.
It's my sister and I, so I saw a lot of what she went, but I also had the benefit of like, we set our own curfew. And so my sister would say that she was getting home at 10 and then she'd get in at 10:05, and my parents would like be like, nope, you missed curfew. And so they'd whatever. And I would say I'm going to be home at 10:15, and I'd get in at 10:05, and then my parents would be fine with it because I was in before my curfew because I set my own curfew. And they're like, and my sister just always got mad. Like, how come she has a later curfew? And my mom's like, she doesn't. She set her own curfew just like you did. It's not her fault.
She just put in buffer room and you didn't.
No, I put in buffer room.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Buffer room, you didn't. Yeah, no, I am the oldest daughter. So I mean, technically, I was only raised with 5 of my siblings. So I was only raised with the 5 on my mom's side. But there was like a lot of parentification that happened. So now I have trouble with like, I mean, I'm having to unlearn it, which is hard because like even now, like because now like we're back home, right? So I live with he's my stepdad, but he's my dad, whatever. But I'm with my dad and then 2 of my brothers, and like it is like a joke, but it's also like not really a joke because my youngest brother and then Ari. So my youngest brother is 16. And then Ari, they like fight like they are siblings. So I'll be like, are y'all siblings or are y'all niece and uncle? And then he'll be like, yes. Or I'll be like, children, relax. And he'll like call me mom or whatever. First of all,
Brayden is not my brother.
Are you sure?
16. He's not my brother.
Are you sure?
Just because I'm half his age doesn't mean he's my brother.
No, he's your uncle, but y'all be fighting like siblings.
Well, we're not siblings.
Well, you fight like it. Bye.
We're uncle and niece.
Yeah, I know. Goodbye.
Brother and
but like, so like it's like sort of a joke, but it's also like not a joke.
Right.
And I also am like really bad at just like ignoring my own self-care to be like, are you good? Are you good? Are you good? Right. You know? That's why I thought it was so funny when someone whose name I won't mention called me a narcissist, sir. That sounds like projection to me. No, honestly, it actually gave me like a complex. Like I actually like messaged one of my group chats and I was like, am I a narcissist? And they were all like, dude, if you're asking if you're one, you're not.
You're actually concerned about whether or not you're a narcissist. You're not a narcissist.
And I was like, I've never been called that before. Like I've been called a lot of things that are not true, but like like because my mother was one, so like it's always been like a fear, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
and like my mother, and like in the worst way, you know? And then I remember I just messaged your cat and I was like,
Wait a minute.
y'all, am I a narcissist? And they were like, girl, you care too much about other people to be a narcissist. Like that's not
Right.
a vibe.
Well, it's like the parents that are like, am I a bad parent? And I'm like, I'm pretty sure if you're wondering that, you're probably not. Like,
That's
bad
really
parents don't care if they're bad.
No, most people, his mom never wondered if she was a bad parent. Mom thought she was cream of the crop. May she rest wherever she's resting, I guess.
Yeah.
Peace is not but no, like, yeah, because that's me. Like as a person, I'm like, am I a bad parent? Especially because I'm an anxious parent. That's what freaks me out. Because I'm a very like Ari has a meltdown in the middle of the store, and I'm just like standing there, like, what am I supposed to do? Because like, I don't want to yell at her in the middle of the store. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I'm also like, why are you flopping around on the floor like a fish, bro? Like I need you to get up and like.
I love the peanut gallery.
What do you want? Well, that's wonderful that you don't remember. That's probably because you were like 2 the last time that you had like a true meltdown at the grocery store. Oh. Bye. Love you so much.
There's still a bunch of shit that could be cleaned up in there,
But yeah, I just wondered. Just because it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's really easy to believe bad things about you, and it's really hard to believe compliments.
Thanks. No lie.
Yeah.
God has allowed me to live another day, and I am making it everyone's fucking problem.
I can't say that I'm.
That is what a narcissist would say.
I mean, he does in fact have. He is aware that he has narcissistic tendencies. I wouldn't call him a narcissist necessarily, but
yeah, no.
He'll tell you he has narcissistic tendencies. He's self-aware.
Well, I think we all can have some.
Oh yeah, sure. We're all in our own brain.
We all should have some. Like there should be a certain amount of care we have for ourselves.
Self-preservation.
It can just you are always the center of your own world.
Right.
There's no way to perceive.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Everyone has some, which is why there's a difference between being a narcissist
and having tendencies.
And well, not even having tendencies, because that borders into being a narcissist. But everyone is, that's the difference between being a narcissist and being a little narcissistic. Everyone has to be a little narcissistic, or we would never like.
Well, and we can make narcissistic decisions, or you know, like have a narcissistic habit. But like, isn't like
because somebody could say that you're a narcissist for self-preservation, but also if you don't have self-preservation, you die.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. True.
That doesn't. I don't know how to make it turn up like a hyperlink in the comments.
I think it does on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it'll show up blue on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So people can click on it.
Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I am speaking to what Neva was saying. I am the eldest grandchild, and my cousins all call me the godmother. So, I mean, there is a certain amount of that. So I'm eldest in some ways.
See, I'm the eldest daughter, the eldest great niece, because technically my mom was or not my mom. Yeah, my mom was the oldest niece, but I'm the oldest great niece. Okay, so I'm the oldest granddaughter, the oldest niece / great niece, because my mom does have a brother, and then the oldest daughter and the oldest cousin in my generation. Mm-hmm. It's great. It's really awesome. Yeah. Okay, they all come to me with their problems. So
the godmother.
I'm like significantly older than all of them. Like the
Uh-huh.
closest gap in age that we have is me and my sister, which are 5 years, and the biggest gap in age is between me and my younger brother, and there's a 17-year age gap. So like technically, I guess I could be his mother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, technically, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, well, I think we are at the end of this stream because we just hit 4 hours and we got to let you all jump over to Margaret's channel. I put it in the comments, the next sprints, as well as the playlist. So hopefully you're able to click the hyperlink and hop over to Margaret's channel. Thank you so much to everyone who came, and good luck with your last 4 hours. I hope it goes well. We're going to go book shopping, so I might miss those last 4 hours.
Fun times.
Yeah, I know. Terrible, right? All right.
Nice.
Thank you, everyone. Happy sprinting.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, yeah. I always forget to end